Good morning, good afternoon, hi, hello, how are we doing? All right. Switch to game audio, and there we go. So, it's a bright and sunny day on Akicha. So, major project for today. We're starting a new factory, and this is going to be the big one. Quite literally, the big factory. Hey, Sam. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. I know you're not. I saw your update. But, you know, hoping you do better. Today's project is the Mega Factory. Now, the general idea here is twofold. This factory is going to function as a place to store parts and a place to build space elevator parts. It's not expected to make every part in the game. Some parts may be built at satellite facilities. Or... Actually, that's a bit on the loud side, isn't it? Just turn that down a bit. Can't hear myself think. There we go. Better. Some parts will be made there, but this particular factory is not expected to make that part 100%. Like, it's not going to cover all of our needs, it just makes some so that we have some on hand. Satellite facilities are probably going to be the main providers of that thing. It's also going to be where we're going to wind up putting the hub and most of our main production stuff. I don't have enough steel. I'm going to need to go get some steel. That's refined power. Once we have that facility up and at least running at a basic level, our next objective is going to be hydroelectric power from the refined power mod. This is going to be a mainstay of power and is going to allow us to sort of back off a bit on the coal for a little while, as we'll start to have a really good source of renewable power for a while. Store and bore? Well, I'm glad you got your wound care done, Sam. I hope you feel better. If nothing else, I hope to keep you company for a little while. Also, I notice Malkavarian, you're out there lurking. Hello! Oop, I just hit a tree. You know what? No. No. I'm out of steel. Okay. I was going to put up another tower to direct around that tree so I wouldn't hit it, but I don't have the steel. There's another function that the Mega Factory is going to provide, and that's going to be the primary hub of the train network and the hub for the hypertubes. Everything else will essentially act as feeder factories into this thing. One of the things I discussed previously was, hey, there's two types of Satisfactory styles. There's the Mega Factory, and then there's the satellite factories. And I'm like, ¿por qué no los dos? So we're starting on the Mega Factory today. We're going to need all the steel beams we can get, because we're going to build this new Mega Factory in Mark III belts. One other thing that I would like to get done today, if we have the time, is I'd like to get blueprints unlocked. I haven't done any modding on the blueprinting system. We're unlocking it at its normal point in the progression. But I'm probably going to grab all of my blueprints from my previous saves. because, you know, I've gotten used to working with them. I fairly like them. Why not, right? Eventually, I'm going to need to get the hypertubes up and running, but that's going to happen probably around the same time as we get trains unlocked. But trains we can't unlock until we get to the next phase of progression, which means this new mega factory is going to have the job of almost immediately finishing the current phase. I'm going to hit that tree again. Bonk. No interruption in the power. Let's try that again. Much better. Eventually, I plan to just replace this route right here. Oh. Twitch is down. Twitch is down. One minute. I need to look at this. I wonder what happened. One moment. Does it? Okay, I show it's back up now. If you can, give me a confirmation, yes or no, that it's back up. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there with the big lag spike. It was only on Twitch. It was not on YouTube. YouTube's chugging right along. This was a Twitch-only problem. It just buffered for about 10 seconds. Yeah, I don't know. Up for me. Good. Thank you for the confirmation. Okay, yeah. YouTube never went down. YouTube's still chugging along just fine. So I'm not really sure what happened there. I'll keep an eye on it. Alright. First things first. Mega factory time.
Milestone reached. R&D have identified new power generation locations for your new Fix-It-approved water turbines. These are now easier to find due to an update to your resource scanner. In addition, photovoltaic cells have been tweaked and provided for use in solar panels to provide energy for exploration outposts.
Taking down the hub. I'm gonna take it with us. We're going to need to rebuild the hub. We're going to need to rebuild the space elevator and the map. So I'm going to put all of those on our parts list. Let's snag some more rods. And probably some more plates. And we're gonna need foundations. I'm gonna do this in concrete. Fuck yeah, concrete. Looks like I've got enough on me, but hey. Oh, right. Bag space. Oh, wait. I have one slot free. Even with the expanded inventory mod, I'm running a bit on the full side here. But then the moment I start laying down foundations, a lot of that's gonna empty right up. Let's go. And we're gonna zip line along the North Forest Road. Along the North Forest Road. And this time I'm not gonna hit that tree. Yeah, this'll do. So as far as I know, starting in 1.0, they're not going to really do much with this spot because they're not really changing iron and copper and limestone that much. So this serves as, you know, a pretty good spot. There are 4 pure iron nodes, 2 pure copper nodes, 2 pure limestone nodes in this area. First things first. Piggy. Piggy! Goodbye. Do we have any more players? Jack? Okay. So this area is referred to in the official documentation for the game as, like, this is the Desert Canyon. Yeah, it's pretty deserty, and it lies right between North Forest and the Spire Coast. Really beautiful site. I love this place. It's just so pretty. I mean, look at that. This is what's going to be outside our window. So, we're basically going to build this factory in the canyon. All of these, like, spires, we're just going to build right around them. Oh, and for an amusing fact, this pure limestone node will be contained within the factory. You can see the copper over there in the distance. There's one on the lower shelf, and then there's one slightly above it. Those are both pure. Now, hit Control to put it on the world grid. Time for Zoopin. But you're putting foundations inside of solid rocks. Yes, yes, I am. There is a method to my madness. Mostly because of how you interact with these from below. It may look like it's inside a rock up here, but underneath, not so much. Time for Zoopin. Zoopin, Zoopin, Zoopin. This factory will have many floors. The floor we're building right now, the sort of North Forest ground level floor, is what we're going to consider the factory floor. That's where we're going to put the majority of the machines. And I'm also going to do it in such a way that most of the logistics is not on this floor. Very neat, very organized, very clean, and I'll show you how I do that. That said, there will be logistics floors. The logistic floors are probably where we're going to be spending most of the time, because of course, logistics is complex. I'm also going to organize everything in very neat rows. Everything's going to be sectioned. You will see this. But the first thing we're going to do, once we get a pad set up, is we're going to probably get basic parts being made locally with this iron and copper. Yeah, I could pull over all the stuff from North Forest, but I don't want to run a giant belt stack from North Forest to Spire Coast. It's tedious, it's boring, and I can just make it here. Now, some of those parts are going to eventually get moved to here, but I'm going to tear down that whole factory at North Forest and rebuild it, tear it all down. Make it much more efficient, and I'm probably going to do that right around trains. See, the general idea here is I'm going to focus on progression here at this facility, here at Spire Coast. I'm going to get progression up to the point where we hit trains, and then progression goes stop. No more progression for a while, as I just build trains to everywhere and build satellite factories. I need the trains, though, to do that. These things have no power. Did I actually cut their power? I did. Look at that. Interesting. I'm gonna have to deal with that. Never noticed that. They were making quartz products, which I don't really need right this second. Now notice, we're underneath floor 2. We're going to separate the floors by 10 foundations. Why 10? Because that's basically tall enough to fit refineries. It's tall enough to fit particle accelerators, Pretty much, it's tall enough for pretty much all of the buildings in the game. Most things can fit within 10. Also, it's a nice round number. And foundations. Yes, I'm building floor 1 right on top of a crashed pod. We'll get to that eventually when we're making rotors here, because if I'm not mistaken, that one requires rotors to open. First floor. Here we go. Not mistaken. My math was off. Great. If I get the math off here, everything will be off. So I have to correct it right now. You, on the other hand, I hate you things. Yeah, needs 10 megawatts. Okay. A little bit of math. That is 10, which means I need to build the floor underneath it. The game lags at that much, Zubin. Ooh, and that was most of my foundation material. So, let's start off with some basics. I need a ladder. Good thing I grabbed that. Probably the single most useful buildable. So, first thing we're gonna need is more concrete. So guess what time it is? Time to make more. While I sit here and drink coffee. I should get the coffee cup. First thing we're gonna build. I miss my blueprints. Fuck yeah, concrete. This is that whole living off the land thing I talked about last time. It's like, we're here, we're gonna build this thing out of materials sourced locally. Of course, just the concrete here is probably not going to be enough at this early stage when we only have Mark 1 miners. So I probably am going to also go back to North Forest, pick up some more. And you know, one other thing we need here. We need power. Am I putting up a power tower in the middle of my factory? Yes, yes I am. Will I keep it there forever? Probably not. If I'm not mistaken, the power towers are bigger than 10 foundations anyway, and they wouldn't fit. But at this early stage, do we really care? I haven't built the 3rd floor yet, and probably won't until I have 2 things. 1, trains, and 2, lighting. Here's a really fun thing. I've actually been running with Lumen fully enabled. Global illumination medium. I could even turn it up higher. But one of the side effects with the global illumination system that Lumen provides is the only light is the actual existing light sources. Which means if you build a factory with cement floor and cement ceiling, it's gonna get real dark because there's no light sources, so we're gonna have to build some. Essentially, this little starting factory's purpose right now is to give me supplies while I build out the big factory. Once the big factory is up and running, this whole thing can be torn down. And the general plan is I'm going to build something bigger and better here. I'm thinking maybe, 50 modular frames a minute, 50 rotors a minute, 50 rippers a minute, maybe 100 concrete a minute, 100 copper sheets a minute, maybe 700 wire a minute. I don't know, you know, little goals. The only problem is, again, I don't want to run a huge line of stacked belts between the 2 bases. I can? I would hate it. This is a problem best solved with trains. I have a little more concrete on me now, but not a lot. Why did I do that? I really want catwalks right now. Thankfully, I have enough tickets. Catwalks for a cat. Ramps. Okay. And let's see. Part of consolidating everything in one place is going to include that steel plant we built last session. Fortunately, we finally have these. Let's pull it back a little bit. We have good signage yet. But one thing we can do... And of course, I'm now going to contradict myself. But unfortunately, because remember how I said I didn't want to run a giant belt stack between here and North Forest? I'm gonna have to run one to the steel mill, because unfortunately, I need the steel. I could replace it with a train later, but I don't know. We'll see how I feel. I'm thinking pretty much right across the strait here. Because that's the steel mill right there. Let's do this Kumi style. Yeah, you're not wrong, Sam. The only issue is, am I going to have enough room to put a train station there? But, as we say, that's tomorrow Mitha problem, not a today Mitha problem. The other thought is, well, this factory is just going to keep getting bigger, and it might actually get way too close to the steel mill by the time it's fully built to actually have enough room to build a train. This is true. This is true. Remind me later when we have trains. Honestly, I don't think it's a bad idea. Probably a lot more efficient to move things by train anyway. But, unfortunately, I need the seal at this particular point in time. By the way, thank you, Sam. I'm missing. Because unfortunately, rebar has a certain degree of fall off. Rebar is heavy, so therefore it has a parabolic arc. The other thing I'm thinking about is there are other things here that I may want to bring across. For example, all this coal. After we're done with the coal power plants, I'm probably going to want to use it for other things, like making nobelisks. There's also this copper node, which I may decide to use. In which case, belting it over... I don't know. Let's see how I feel. Because you see those cement slabs that I've started? They're going to reach most of the way across the strait by the time I'm done building. One of the major limitations of trains is that they don't turn on a dime. The trick is to not make them need to. But just to get us by for a little while. Also, in my opinion, this run is nowhere near as long as the run to North Forest, because it's like, we're here. It's like, that's not that much of a run. But the starting factory is way over there. It's like 2 to 3 times the distance, you know? I don't know. One problem at a time. Slow belts are slow. $120 a minute, so you're running at belt speed. Well, at least they're not backed up. The steel pipes are definitely backed up. But that's because it's full. Fun fact. A steel pipe is 3 steel ingots. A steel beam is 4 steel ingots. These things take 25% more steel to make. And right now, I'm almost exclusively using these guys. Later on, that's going to change. We're going to use steel pipes for all kinds of things. One of our major goals here is to get started with making motors. Mostly because, one, the automated wiring is going to need stators, which is a component in motors. And second of all, the versatile frames, those want modular frames and steel beams. So we're going to need all of this just to get through to the next phase. All of this steel. And I can't even unlock trains yet. So I need a solution now. Oh. Hello, Frank. Frank the Factory Bean. just short. Beans! So many beans! Beans. Your name is Frank, and your name is Frank. They are all Frank the Factory Bean. Quick check to make sure the streams haven't hiccuped again. Looks like they haven't hiccuped again. Almost. Not my best job positioning. Are we gonna have a problem? No. No, we're not. Voila! Steel. We're gonna need that. We're gonna need a lot of that. We're gonna need more than that factory can currently provide. But, one problem at a time. Really rebuilding the steel plant to meet our needs is gonna take motors, so... one problem at a time. So, current objective, getting motors building. So in terms of sectioning, let's get a good high vantage point here. So here's what I'm thinking. There's going to be a big row of nothing but assemblers going directly along the factory there. Over there, there's going to be a big line of concrete. There's going to be a big line of deuterium processing. And then over there, there's going to be like silica and quartz processing. Over here, I'm thinking a big iron area and a copper area. It's okay if you don't remember any of what I just said, that you will see this very soon. Slag. Slag. So one of the things that I do, and this confuses some people, since I build in most concrete, I do it in black concrete. Why? Because it's actually easier to see the denotations between the foundations in black than it is in white. Particularly in the dark when you're putting up lighting from underneath. This has been a problem. So that's the color I expect. Notice how there is a very clear dark and light patch at the border of each foundation. Makes it very clear where the borders are. This is especially important for, like, accessibility. I forgot a step. This is not super efficient. When I start doing modular load balancers, everything will be perfectly efficient. One thing at a time. I have a plan. So first floor, logistics. Second floor, factory floor with the actual factory bits. Third floor, logistics. Or since it's receiving and delivering stuff to and from trains, freight depot. Third floor is a freight depot. Fourth floor will be the train station. Fifth floor may be another, like, factory floor, because even as big as I'm going to make this, it's gonna get too small eventually. You will see this. You will see this. And then eventually I'm going to put a roof on it, and I'm just going to cover the roof in solar panels, because modular power. I just want to check something real quick. We haven't done vehicular transport, and we haven't done carbon refining yet. That's it for tier 3. Just want to put that up. We're making 3 iron parts, so I'm going to use 3 iron nodes. There are 4. Eventually I will tap the last one and put it in, but load balancers. And I need some miners. So I hope everybody's having a good Saturday. Went and got chores done this morning. The new addition this time was the countdown timer on the starting screen. That was new. I figured there may be other things I can use that countdown timer for too. Say, for example, if we ever do redeems. Oops. Believe me, I'm really looking forward to getting blueprints up and running. This is going to go so much faster. Might help if I put power on the miners. Yep. Might help. And if I've done this right, these should all line up. Three parts, 3 constructors each. Total of 9. Why am I doing 3 of each? Well, splitters. Splitters and mergers. Very simple reason. Okay, we did plates. Let's do some rods. Not going for optimal efficiency right now. That is going to happen as soon as I get load balancers. And let's get some screws. I'm going to try to avoid screws wherever I can at this point. The main problem being belt speeds. It's like, sure, I can, set up a huge production line to do nothing but make screws, but if I can't move them fast enough, what's the point? Like, these are 270 belts, right? This rotor recipe, it's an all recipe, makes 11 rotors a minute. It works by being, more materials than the base recipe, which is 5 rods, 25 screws, which makes 4 a minute. Uses double the number of screws, a little more, and swaps out the iron rods with copper sheets. And makes 11 per minute, which is more than double. It's like almost 3 times as many. But 195 screws a minute? Now imagine if I overclock that. 390 screws a minute, we're now beyond what these belts can carry. And the reason why I show it at 200% is because all of the parts that use assemblers, I'm going to have, well, almost all of them, I'm going to have at least 2 assemblers running, which means 390 screws a minute. I can't move that on a single belt. Sure, I could divvy it up into multiple belts, but I'd rather just get to modular load balancers. It makes this problem just go away. Little bit of parkouring. Why 2 assemblers? Well, for most parts that we're going to be doing 2 assemblers on, we need a bunch of them, so 1 certainly won't do. But I also don't want to turn this mega factory into just a giant manufacturing facility for 1 part. Anytime I'm trying to do a mega factory just for 1 part, it might as well be a separate factory that is then connected by rail to bring the part in. That's the point of the mega factory, is to store parts. If I wanted something specific to make like 1 or 2 parts, say, all-clad aluminum sheets and all-clad aluminum casings, 400 a minute of each, I will build a factory for that somewhere and bring it in by rail. So the most I'm going to give things is 2 machines. Say I'm trying to mass produce radio control units. You get 2 manufacturers. That's it in this factory. Otherwise, external factory making nothing but huge, huge numbers of radio control units. And honestly, 2 is good for most things. Particularly if you just overclock it. Time to start working on our logistics floor. I'm also debating putting a floor in this factory that is literally just nothing but part storage. Just have like a really fancy just part row. I've seen a lot of people do that. I've never been super into the idea, but we'll see what chat says when we get to that point. Running short on concrete again. In for plates. It's a little more concrete. But as soon as I run out of this, I may as well just go back to North Forest and see if we've got more made there. I like the look of the cement foundations as opposed to the base ones, but they use 7 concrete each. They're kind of expensive. Whatever, I'm gonna build this factory with them. Now, the one problem is the screws hole is right above that rock. That's gonna be fun to maneuver around. It's a good thing I'm not keeping it like this forever. Just long enough to get motors made. I want a new ramp. Note, I use ramps, not stairs. ADA compliance. You never know when someone's going to have a wheelchair. On this planet that you're the only person on. Oops. I think I tapped a mouse button there. Try that again. Coffee time. I really do love the scenery here. Grassy Fields is okay, but I just want to build other stuff there. Concrete box. At this rate, I may have to put more concrete production. The problem is just Mark 1 miners. Why is that yellow? Out of wire. Why are you out of wire? Because I disconnected you. Why did I do that? think we're good on rotors for a while. We're good. Can use some more frames, though. The iron rods are largely being used in those catwalks, so going through those at a high rate. Let's also grab some of this. Off we go. Looking forward to having hypertubes again. Honestly. Coffee time. Who's on? Not that I'm thinking of raiding out yet. No, wrong way. I swear, I wasn't even looking in that direction. Things have all stopped. Oh, I know why the screws have stopped. I haven't given it an exit port yet. All backed up. Let's see if we can fix that. Okay, we're not going to abuse the physics engine. Okay. Fine. Move it just enough so it's out of the way. Drop it down. Okay, screws are being made. Let's see, 2 more miners. Bacon, 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 bacon. Fresh Akija bacon. Made from hogs, real hogs. So probably not going to do the Cat and Bow Satisfactory multi-stream. Cat's just not feeling Satisfactory. So, that's fine. We can play another game. She chose Baldur's Gate 3, so that's what we did most of the rest of yesterday. And I'm fine with that. I just hope it's something that maybe we can actually finish. It's a really long game. I don't want to connect it there because that one's going to go away. Yeah. Hardcore fail. And we're off. My alignment was lousy there. I'm gonna run into a rock there. Missed the jetpack. I should get a shrimp check emote. Wow, I eyeballed that really badly. Three, 4, 5, and 6. wire, wire, wire. Copper sheet. Copper sheet, copper sheet. Sun's getting low. Time for flashlight. Okay, that's all running. I saw the green lights. Let's hope we have more concrete. A little bit? Oh, well. Just checking something real quick. Making sure that Twitch hasn't glitched again. Now, this arch right here, there's a nice little waterfall on it. This is going to basically be the boundary of the factory in this direction. Mostly because I like the idea of the window. You know, there's this waterfall right outside the window. It sort of harkens back to old video games where it's like, oh, well, there's a hidden cave behind the waterfall. In this case, a hidden factory behind the waterfall. I just like that. I hear spoodlers. Really, that's most of the constraints for the building of this factory is physical constraints of the area. The canyon has walls on either side. That limits the constraints of the factory. However, on the side with the straight that leads right over to the rocky desert and the steel factory, the only boundary there is the actual steel factory. That's why the factory sort of tends to go up to the steel factory and then stop. Or at least close to it. Okay. Basic parts. Check. I'm gonna line it up with this pillar, because why not? It's right here. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Stop there for now. Big old line of assemblers, and it's going to go all the way to the end of the factory. It's linear to make it look neat, but because it's in a line, it's spread out, which makes it easier for me to do logistics belting down below. I can just do stacks on either side and follow the line, you know? Again, all of the logistics, it's going to be downstairs. So in these machines, they're going to have conveyor floor holes on all their inputs and their outputs. Everything else is down below. If you come up here, you'll just see the machines humming away. You know, a nice, neat floor. It's where you bring the investors and the executives to show them the factory. It's just like, here's the factory. Everything's nice and neat. They don't see the logistics floor underneath. Like that. I don't think that connected properly. I'm at this point now where I expect it to make a certain noise, and if it doesn't make that noise, something didn't go right. It's an audio tick. So, let's start off with rippers. First major part. Belts are still limited to tier 3, so 270 parts a minute. I tend to feel that stitched is the more efficient option here. And this is the major reason why we're going to need wire to do this. Frames. Let's look at this. Modular frames. Okay, so there's one that uses screws. That's the bolted frame. Makes 5 a minute. It makes them the fastest, but I wouldn't say it's the most material efficient because 52 screws a minute. Oh boy. That's 140. I'm sorry, 56 screws per construction, 140 screws per minute. And between 2 units, 280 a minute. We are now over the 270 threshold that we can support with a single belt. That one's right out. And unfortunately, the base model is just too slow. I'm kind of thinking for going halfway in between 2 rips and 10 pipes. This, of course, taps into the pipes, but I did warn that we'd be using a lot of pipes. So I think that's the way I'm going to go for now. When we get some faster belts, though, I may come back and redo this and use the screws. The bolted frame recipe, just because it can produce a lot quicker, but we can't support that right now. Steeled frame it is. Hey, it's more efficient than the base model. And I need to do something here. For my sanity. I'm gonna look this up. I can't remember the hex code off the top of my head. In case anybody's curious, I'll drop the link that I just looked up into the Twitch chat. Basically, that's what I was looking at. That'll work. Yeah, not too bad. Mostly, I just want to be able to quickly see at a glance which set is which, you know? There's no particular logic to which color is assigned to which part. It's just these two are highlighted, so these are both the same part. Rotors. Okay. $52 screws a minute. I mean, sure, it produces like almost 12 a minute, but it's just... This is going to be another case where just to avoid screws, I'm going to probably use the steel one, but you're paying for it in steel. when I come back and make this a little bit more efficient, I'm gonna probably use the screws one. But I need at least 480 belts to pull that off. I've long been a super believer in the quick wire stator. If we look at stators, we haven't even unlocked the base model yet. Oops. Do we have the base motor? No, we don't even have the base motor yet. We need to do some milestones, clearly. One problem at a time. I mean, basically the big thing that Quickwire Stator does is it, instead of using wire, it uses Quickwire. In theory, that should make for a much better motor, but also it takes demand off of the copper wire and moves it over to the Quickwire, and why? What was it Malk said yesterday? I feel that in my soul. Okay. Had a system. Nudge mode. Nudge mode. Let's do this in nudge mode. I'm going to want to have no belts, just laying across the floor. Everything needs to be up on at least one stackable conveyor pole. That way I can walk underneath it. I need to be able to get around this factory. If things become an absolute mess of belts, I can't get around. Also cuts down on the spaghetti. Doesn't eliminate the spaghetti, there will be some spaghetti. Especially right here, where everything's going to be the densest. But, after all, what was it Kat said? Spaghetti is the peak autism food? Quiz question. Who all remembers what we were using for rips? Does anybody remember? gotta at least try and keep it neat, you know? Anything I'm sloppy about now is gonna sloppy everything else up for the rest of this factory. I have the master power sockets that are actually going to power the majority of this factory, running on sockets along the ceiling down here. One, for zip lining. Two, gets them off the floor. Well, I missed that chunk. I don't like how it's clipping through the rock there. That bugs me. What the? Ugh. Okay. Let's see. Better. Rips are being built. I don't really need these pipes in my inventory right now. I'm gonna go empty them. The bin is already full. Concept you will see a lot in my factory design is the idea of the Pioneer insert bin. It is an insert-only box. It feeds into the primary box for something, but it has nothing that feeds into it except the Pioneer herself. You'll find I use this a lot. Who remembers what frame recipe we picked? I needed some of those pipes to make pins. I'm a little forgetful sometimes. There, I'll keep some on me. There we go. Rotors. There it is. Ribs and steel pipes. And this is why I was thinking of consolidating all the pipes together, because we're going to start making stuff with pipes. But we need to get the pipes from that bin over there down here. So, let's see. I'm trying to avoid the big rock. I actually sent a picture from a previous save file of how my logistics floor looked over to Laveau's server. And Laveau was just blown away by how neat and organized it was, and I'm just like, well, sometime I'll have to show you how I build it. Well, now you see. Still mostly missing the big rock. So I'm gonna turn a corner here. The alignment of these two rows is not the same. Because of the big rock. Do it somewhat like that, I think. Note the one thing that I'm doing very differently here than the way Cat was doing it was Cat did a big old tower stack to North Forest. I'm not even bothering. Outsmarted myself. Better. Now we need the rips. Check my alignment. Not bad. And that should do it. We need power, though. And off it goes. Who remembers what the next part was? Bet you didn't know there would be a quiz. Who's rotors? Remember what recipe we used? Steel pipes and wire. It's a good thing we just ran a steel pipe line, isn't it? Check my work. No. There we go. How can I do this in a way that's neat? I didn't really line it up well, did I? That's better. Not quite. And off we go. So, that was rotors. Here's your first one. I'm going to toss the rest of these in, just get them out of my bag. Let's do the same thing with the frames too, actually. There we go. All right. What was next? Actually, what was next was stators, which we haven't technically unlocked yet. Let's do a little bit of milestones. $100 rotors. Stack of frames. Have enough wire? No, we do not have enough wire. We're not building wire. We need to do something about that. See, look how dark it gets. See, this is lumen. If it's not an actual light source, there's no lighting. We're going to need to put lights down. But that means unlocking them. Let's see, we need indoor lighting. We need the control panel. We don't really need it, but I only have 4 tickets right now. So, guess what we're doing? Better. Outsmarted myself again. I'm sitting here being so neat and tidy that I'm putting parts away in the new bins, forgetting, oh, I'm gonna need those in 5 minutes. Let's just go pick up some more from North Forest, shall we? Because I don't feel like picking from the existing bins. Not when I just built them. I'd rather focus more on pulling material from North Forest here and slowly shutting that particular factory down. Because that's going to be the eventual goal, is retiring that factory and then erasing it from existence and then building something new on top. Besides, right now the entire reason that starting factory is still even there, and why I haven't torn it down yet, is to support the building process. Which is what we're doing. Just take the whole bin. Don't really need frames right now. Now what I might do here in a minute is do a BRB, get some new drink, because my coffee is empty. How long have we been on? 2 hours? Yeah, 2 hours is a good period to do a coffee break. Coffee Scene always said that it's based on the way you're looking. That is not the way it works. I probably should have grabbed some concrete while I was there. Ah, wow. That's just so I don't fall down through the crack. This is not the best or most efficient way to make cable, but it's just a stopgap, you know? Honestly, the most efficient recipe I know for cable requires a refinery. Because, you know, rubber plus wire. I mean, we've been using that recipe in the real world for forever. 100 a minute. Although, I'm a big fan of the one that uses heavy oil residue, but we're not even at oil yet. That would make 60 a minute, 67.5 a minute. I'm a big fan of that one. Also because it uses heavy oil residue. I'm a fan of things that put HOR to use. There it is. Go around the rock. Parkouring! Advanced cubes and blueprints. Okay. What we're gonna do here.
Milestone reached. Long-range transportation, as well as the construction of outposts, is now encouraged. Vehicle stations have built-in functionality to refuel and restock or collect parts.
Well, wire bin's empty. One of the first projects is going to be making that more efficient. So many things are using it right now. There are stators. There's stators and motors, both behind this one. What if rotors? Let's see how many are built and in the bin. $329. Gonna need to get quick wire building. This quick wire is going to be needed for the lights. 50 each, as a matter of fact. That's a huge oof. Anything else I can combine this with? Nah. I need to go and get some coal for that one. Okay.
Milestone reached. Logistics can be improved with a larger storage container, enhanced conveyor belt efficiency, as well as the ability to store excess power for later use. An additional project part can now be constructed. Further progress to the next phase is now possible.
Batteries aren't even under that milestone anymore. Batteries are now under power tower milestone. Good job, Coffee Stain. Good job. So, this is stators. And as you recall, we're going to use the quickwire stator recipe. Because it's just overall faster. Uses slightly more steel, but actually not really if you think, because it's doing 2 stators at a time, which means you're actually using only 2 pipes per round instead of 3, so it's using less steel. It's not using wire at all, and as I pointed out just a moment ago, we're over budget on wire, just with this sort of temporary low-end wire production we've got going right now. So wire's not even going to work right now. We'll need to set up quick wire, but I've been meaning to do that anyway. Did I line that up right? What? That should be output. Those are both wrong. What's going on? No, it should be input. Input is correct. I must have been using a merger, not a splitter. Steel rotors chugging along nicely. Yeah. See? What we've done so far, chugging along just fine. Of course, this is another thing that's going to use steel pipes. I told you we'd be using a lot of pipes. I was not joking. Yeah, that's a merger. That was why. Alignment good. We need to go build quick wire. Bro. The quick wire line. This whole show stops. Because we need that. Let me go grab a drink and I'll be right back. Do a little self-care. In fact, let's set a little timer. To quick 10-minute break. Okay. Here we go. Moose. Encouraging cat. Moose. Hi, Frank the Factory Bean. You know what? You're not even hurting anything. I don't even care. Quick wire. Quick wire. Quick wire. Quick wire. We did unlock the second tier of miners, but the problem is we're not making EIBs yet, so that's kind of irrelevant. Though, believe me, we are going to get EIBs started. Probably as soon as... we're done with motors. My piggies have been busy. Killing spoodlers. Three dead spoodlers. I don't have near enough bag space for that. I do try not to... I don't even know if the microphone picks that up or not. I live under a landing path for airplanes, so every once in a while you hear them go overhead. Don't even know if the mic picks that up. North Forest is so cool at night. You have the little glowing fruits on the pine trees. Figure out where I want this to go. General rules, 3 foundations. So let's say about here-ish. And by general rule, I mean my rule, I suppose. Make those yellow, just in case. Which has Caterium, you know? Need to go turn the miner back on. You're not real. This is the real Caterium. Okay. dropped off all my cookware. Right when I needed it, too. Brilliant. Can't take it all this run. Gonna have to make 2 trips. Let's go back and get the rest of it, shall we? Hey, Milk! How you doing? The ultimate concentration. Yes. Was very focused. So yeah, not doing too bad. How about you, Milk? No, ultimate concentration. Need the coffee cup. Same old here. Gotcha. Let's see, it's about 6:19 or so your time. Getting on towards the evening. Still doing the just human? How's that game playing for you? Need to kick my ass and play it more because the season is going? Gotcha. Well, when do you play it more? That's the question to ask. Can I put a Mark II miner in this thing? Actually, 3 units, 45 apiece. There's no point in going above like 135 right now. Because that's all we're actually processing right now. There we go. That should at least improve the throughput. I'm amazed the coffee doesn't spill out of the cup. Probably tomorrow. I have events today. Makes sense. Makes sense. I normally have a D&D game on Saturdays. However, it doesn't run on the last Saturday of the month. So, you could probably expect bonus streams on Saturdays on the last Saturday of the month as a result. And actually, while I'm thinking about it, spills coffee all over the power. Would be funny. Or just like jumps and spills coffee whenever the power goes out. Whenever you hear that sound. Would probably help if I gave it poles to put it on. And that should about do it. Let's put a bin on it and get some power going. And that will be stators. Nudge mode, nudge mode. And off it goes. Of course, this one's going to be motors. There's not really a good secondary motor recipe. It's like, yeah, there's an alt recipe, but it requires, like, manufacturers and... Remember? Motors. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Electromagnetic control rods. That's tier A. Yeah, we're not using that. At least not for a long time. Or crystal oscillators made in a manufacturer. It's like, wow. You want to talk about just chewing a whole bunch of materials that are just for the sake of motors. Nah. Base recipe is, it's fine. It only makes 5 per minute, but the rest only makes 7.5 per minute, and it has very low stuff costs, so base is fine with me. Hey, Azure! You get PTSD from the power shutting down sound? Yeah, I get that. I really do get that, Malk. I'm guessing you just got home from work, didn't you, Azure? And the best part about motors is I don't need to brain this. It's literally the last 2 parts we built. Because base motors are stators and rotors. There you go. Belting up the parts is really easy. And then I run out of belt material. A little bit ago, finally managed to sit down and relax, though. Going through all the Twitch routines, I'm letting my channels play on mute at work. I mean, I thought you lived alone. You didn't even need to have it on mute. Actually, I think the streamer gets less credit if it's muted. So, like, I don't know, maybe leave it on 1%. Ah, gotcha. electrical power. Why is nothing moving? Oh, I don't think I set the recipe, did I? I'm pretty sure, like, we didn't even have it unlocked when we were looking earlier, so I need to set the recipe. And off it goes. This one, encased industrial pipe. You're gonna need those EIBs. And look, more using of pipes. I told you we were gonna use so many pipes. I love the clank when they bring the mug to their to the faceplate. And it's just like clonk. One of those really satisfying sounds. Give me a merger. Okay. We're gonna need pipes. And we're gonna need concrete. Which is kind of a problem right now, but... Didn't jump high enough. I don't know. And we should be making EIVs now. There we go. Now, the next thing to focus on is space elevator. So, let's decide where we're going to put the big Bertha, huh? I don't know. Seems nice and open down there. I don't have breath masks yet, so I'm staying away from the gas pillars. That's what? Tier 5 and 6? I don't remember. I'm gonna stay away from the gas pillars. Well, I would if I had nobelisks right now. I do not. Again, like, that's gonna require a little bit of man work. Also, they required steel, but oh hey, I just did that, so maybe we should do that after we get space elevator parts building, hmm? Well, this looks like a nice open spot. I just built that on top of myself. Well done. Thank you, Azure, for the pun. Yes. A little bit of ma'am work. Space elevator. Gonna need some rods and some wire. Okay. Wire's been kind of an issue. Might have to go back to North Forest to grab more. After that, I'm gonna probably have to start like breaking down a lot of these very simple manufacturing lines and build some really efficient ones. Yeah, that box is empty. The first priority is going to have to be copper. Reworking the copper. Because I'm getting the feeling we're not going anywhere without that. While I'm there, I might as well just pick up the rest of the parts from the iron rods, too. Again, it's a support factory. I just love how Mitha's zooming around with her coffee in hand, like the source of her power. I mean, yes, it is. Absolutely is. Powered 100% by gay energy and coffee. At least this bin is mostly full. Coffee. Coffee, 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 coffee. Coffee. Not as strong as methamphetamines, but it lets you keep your teeth. Speaking of which, actually, we haven't even unlocked the sulfur tree yet. Oh, that's gonna be a project. Because that one's gonna be start from scratch. Also want to get lights built down here. Here. I don't need all of this right now. I'm gonna keep a little, but I don't need all of it. All right. Space elevator. Nudge mode. Nudge, nudge, nudge. Nudge, 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 nudge. I need this pad to be bigger. It's not quite big enough. Space elevator. We don't know where we send stuff, but we're pretty sure we shoot it into space. Hey, he actually attacked back. Nice. My standards have really fallen. Nudge mode. Toot, 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 toot. Toot, toot. That can stay. Salute! as the moth flies by. The carrier descends from the orbital whatever ship. Can you imagine what material that thing has to be made of, that tether? Okay. We are back in business. Baby, we're back in business. Out of pipes. I might move that. Depends on how close I want to get to the waterfall itself. No rotors. But do we have motors? We do. So, one of the main issues we're going to run into now is, are we building it fast enough and building enough of them? In order to complete phase 2 in anything approaching a timely manner, we're going to need to get this starting to get closer to efficiency. But to really do that right, I need blueprints. And modular load balancers. So these two are our next objectives. There's also going to be a fair amount of just shuttling stuff back and forth between the North Forest Factory and Spire Coast as we start to shut North Forest down, with the general intention of, you know, eventually deconstructing it and then building something else there. Something better. We're basically done with the era of one miner to one constructor to, you know, one smelter, etc., etc. We're done with that era at this point. Now that we have motors, we're going to get a couple of things unlocked. We're going to do some couple of milestones. And then it's going to be optimization. We're going to be fully stopped for a little while doing optimization. Notice modular load balancers, not that expensive. 20 modular frames, 20 motors. Those are the parts you need to make the modular load balancers. So it's just like, can you make these things? Then go. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go, some rotors. Part of me wants to start shutting this down, but it's like, no, I'm still picking from a lot of this. Methinks no, don't shut it down yet. It's still a support factory. It's still supporting. The other thing I need to look at is what is our power currently at? Because as soon as we have this thing optimized, that's going to involve building lots more buildings that are chewing power. So completing phase 2 is going to send our power needs up, which is going to mean we are going to need to address power real fast. Get on the right cable, damn it. Oof. Our production is exactly equal to our consumption. That's bad, because that means we're currently running off of the biomass burners at North Forest. Which means the 2 coal power plants we have making power right now are insufficient. So, we have 2 choices. Either we make more coal power, which we could do, or we build hydroelectric. And honestly, I want to go hydroelectric. So, next stop, hydropower. Modular load balancers are now unlocked. So's the blue printer. I'm going to be using this thing so much. You have no idea. I'm just making a garbage blueprint because that's going to write the folder to disk. It's, you know, gives a location for putting files. Delete that garbage blueprint and then fill the folder with a copy of all of my actual blueprints. But that'll require restarting Satisfactory, so that'll probably be between sessions, honestly. So what do modular load balancers look like? Well, basically that's what they look like. The idea is you stack lots of them. You've got blank ones, inputs, outputs, and you can go vertically and horizontally, as I will demonstrate. once we actually start working on this. However, first problems first. We're going to need pipes and wire. Lots of wire. And this factory is not keeping up on wire. And I can't optimize it yet because of the power issues. So, we're probably going to have to pull from North Forest on that one. Could add a refined power. Hey, we're having a little Mark 1 solar panel. It only generates 8 megawatts. That's nowhere near enough for doing anything. Water turbine, Mark 1. Before you ask, no, they haven't come out with a Mark 2. I kind of wish they would. Not gonna lie, kind of wish they would. I'm gonna build 50 of these. They generate 8, 20, or 50 megawatts, depending on how fast the water is moving going through it. There's a few spots on the map where it's like, oh, it's little 8 megawatt spots, because the water's not moving that fast. So what we need to do is we need to find a spot with lots of fast moving water. If you're guessing I already know of the spot, you are correct, and that's where we're going to be going. But to get there, we're going to need power towers. We're going to need like lots of power tower. Get some steel. And some wire. Also, we should probably finish what we were doing over at the space elevator. Nah. 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 Actually, do I have enough wire? I already spent a bunch of it. Okay. Cable. Cable! Let's cheat and go over the pillars. Okay. Drop a little smart splitter here. Why are we doing that? Because the belt that comes out to the space elevator is gonna be a sushi belt. See, the space elevator doesn't give a flying rat's ass what comes in as long as it's one of the parts that it wants for the current stage. You could run a direct sushi belt that is just a complete mix of those 3 parts, and it wouldn't care until it filled up. Then it would start backing up immediately. So, general idea being, divvy the line up, have 1 box and input for each part currently. And if they back up into a bin. So, smart plating, versatile frameworks. I can type real good. Automated wiring. I miss my blueprints. We'll run that belt later, once I have my blueprints. We need wire. A wire. A lot of wire. 8,500 copper wire. We're not going to get that here, so off we go. Spent a whole bunch of it on that giant monstrosity of the space elevator. God, this place is so pretty at night. And during the day, really. So yeah, pick up about 7,000 wire. And then we're going for a walk. I don't even know if I'm going to have bag space for enough for this. Should see if the milestone console has more bag space for us. I think it does, but it requires modular frames, or heavy modular frames, which would... Yeah. Damn, they need to get with the flow. Uh-oh, incoming moth. And once again, it fails to go with the direction the head is turned. Thanks, guys. Okay. Off we go! Let's start with this. We're gonna go for a little walk now. to an area that Malkavarian knows very well. Three beans. Wouldn't even turn. Oh, stop it. Would you like some nuts? Wandering off into the rocky desert now. We connected to that one, or that one. I think I'd rather that one. Because sooner or later, those biomass burners are going to run out. Ah! Why? Apparently that was a double tap on the right click. And it decided to connect to the wire and then disconnect immediately. Checking where I'm at. There we go. Traveling the world in style on power towers. This is literally the definition of traveling a railroad by building it in front of you. That was max range, by the way. Becoming a race of whether I get to the tower before or after it finishes building. Let's go right about there. Because we're going to go up that hill. I may not like the positioning on that one. I may move it. Actually. Not too bad. I'll keep it. short, John. I just need to be able to see around the rock. Hmm. The problem is it's clipping. I don't like the clipping. Okay, 1 foot was up in the air. Just redo the whole thing. Oh, now 2 feet are up in the air. Great. That's an improvement. I need to get this to the point where I can see around the rock. You know what? If the rock is not in the right shape you want, make a new rock. There we go. Much better. Now the wires aren't clipping through the rock. Except one leg of that is like floating in outer space right there. Oops. The other thing that's going on here is I'm drawing a little line across the map that is going to have multiple different factories along this route. Nuts. Nuts is how you make health foods, clearly. Exiting the rocky desert and heading out to the Gold Coast. It's like max sight range. Will it build before we get there? Barely. We're outracing the flying parts. Trying to not clip with the spire. The big arch. Malkavarian should know this area real well. This is like Malkavarian stomping grounds right here. Malkavarian tends to live out here on the Gold Coast. We're approaching the spot where Melk makes their base. Let's see, can we put it up on that ridge there? Yes. Because eventually the train's going to come through here. It would be good if we can not have to move the power towers. Good, it doesn't clip through the rock. And this is the area where Malk's hub is. Right here. I'll show you something. Something fun about this spot. There's an ore node there. What's wrong? You can't see it? I'll prove it. There it is. That is a valid spot. Oh, look, it's an iron node. Pure. Just stick it in the ground. Good job, Coffee Stain. Good job. For whatever reason, that particular iron node is slightly underground or hidden. But it's like we all know it's there because if you put up a radar tower later, it shows very clearly iron node right there. Schlag. Why, yes, I'm putting a power tower right in the middle of these trees. So what do we see in the distance there? It's a waterfall. That's where we're going. What's so interesting about a waterfall? I will show you. So, fast-moving water. You see those little vortexes there? Those indicate spots where you can put water turbines. You can't just slap these things down anywhere. It has to be a prearranged spot. And each prearranged spot has its own value as, you know, whether this is, you know, impure, normal, or pure in terms of how fast is the water moving. The nice thing about this spot, all along the waterfall, I mean, it's a big waterfall. Water is moving at, you know, gravity speed going over the cliff. And there's about 50 nodes along the edge of this waterfall. So we're going to build a hydroelectric dam.
Data on the hard drive has been salvaged and can be repurposed to unlock an alternate recipe. Salvaging more hard drives will provide additional
No, we're not.
alternate.
I hate that whole system. I hate the RNG. I hate it so much. A player is in the... A player is in the... What? I want to go that way. Yeesh. But this water is only ankle deep. You don't have to build above it. Cat not like water. Cat build above water. You're a Caterium node. Put a pin in that one. We'll come back to that one later. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you remember these, don't you, Azure? Because you had at least one playthrough where you started in this area. Gesundheit. I want to focus on that right now. Water turbine. Turn it so that it makes sense. And you can daisy chain through them. They have 2 connections. Oh, look! Suddenly, we're no longer using biomass anymore. The dark gray line has gone above the orange line. The orange line is how much we're using, and the dark gray is how much we are producing. Now, the biomass burners automatically adapt to current conditions. So, we want the dark gray line to be above the orange line. If the dark gray line, for whatever reason, falls below the orange line, you get... everything shuts down. Now, you can tell by the light gray line up here, the capacity, that it's like, in theory, generation could go higher, but some of that's windmills. Don't rely on that. We ignore the light gray line. Right. The other lines are what matters. Note the blue line. The blue line is if every machine was on and running right now, that's how much power we'd be using. 1,193, where production is 840. Yeah, the whole thing would go down immediately. It's not a good thing. So let's keep building. When I talked about a hydroelectric plant, I wasn't kidding. And personally, I really like hydropower. I think dams are neat, especially when they're well designed. And you can build dams that are ecologically friendly to like fish and everything. Problem is, a lot of the dams aren't in the United States, or they were built in the 50s before anybody understood anything about making a dam work for fish. Look at that. As of now, what? 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 I don't know. Good job, Coffee Stain. I have no idea what I'm looking at. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. As of now, the production line is now above the max consume line. That's what we want. Let's keep going. We still have more waterfall. Not quite close enough to interact with one yet. Going up. Eyeballing it. Actually, I have a power tower. Good for getting perspective. That's pretty good. My alignment on that was a bit skewy. Is this gonna get us all the way to endgame? Nah. But it'll get us by for a little while. You can see grassy fields there in the distance. You can see the big arch. That's grassy fields. We're going to come back here later. I'm going to build an electronics factory there. Because there are 2 pure Criterium nodes there. Oh, I'm going to make so many electronics here. But that one requires rubber. So we're going to need a plant that's making a lot of rubber. And I kind of want blenders and aluminum for that. So that's going to be later. So this little landmass over here, they call it no man's land. There is absolutely nothing useful there. It is basically something they were using during development, and it does nothing. So we are going to not talk about it anymore. I do want to show you these things up close. So, maximum output 50 megawatts. Maximum efficiency. $50 is as fast as these things will run. That's a pure, quote-unquote, water node. Normal would be 20, impure would be 8. All of them along here, because of course it's fast-moving water, are full 50. So each one of these I slap down, that's 50 megawatts. which is pretty good right now in the middle of phase 2. It's pretty good. Phase 4 or phase 3, not so much. This is not going to last us the whole game. This will get us by for a little while. There we go. Hydroelectric dam. Total power production is at 2,700. Max consume 1,190. Currently consuming about 700. Now, when we tear down the biomass burners, the light gray capacity is going to come into line and match the dark gray production number. Now, there's one other thing that we got with the milestone for the power towers, and that's the batteries. They're like literally shaped like batteries. They function as capacitors. They store power and then they discharge it rapidly when, grid conditions hit a point where your usage is over your production. They require stators. So that's another reason we needed to make stators. What we're going to do is at some point we're going to tear down the biomass burners and put up batteries. They'll serve essentially the same purpose. However, biomass burners cannot charge batteries. Besides, we're going to use what remains in terms of biomass in there or something else. What the? Are you seeing that? Whatever. Bits of debris just hanging in the air. Now for a nice long ride back. Yeah, it was just like this little dark speck hanging in the sky, and it looked like another piece of debris. It's like there's multiple pieces of debris from that crashed pod there that's just hanging in the sky. Ooh. Kind of want that, but come back later. Because I'm using the mod to unlock all the alternate recipes up front, I don't really care so much about the hard drives. And again, that's because I hate the RNG. I hate it. So, now that we've got that done, I think it's about time for us to raid out. Let's see who's on. You know what? I think we're gonna go visit Kumi. It's been a long time since I've seen Kumi. He's playing Fallout 4, but so, current schedule. We'll be busy Sunday. Monday, Trans XPTT RPG goes back to the contract. I think it's going to be our last contract session for a little while because, you know, folks want to do some different stuff. And that's fine. I'm going to come back to Satisfactory, of course, Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Thursday's an off day. And of course, Friday, well, there's going to be Baldur's Gate 3 with Cat in the morning, and then in the afternoon, we're going to be doing more TTRPG stuff. Not sure what game we're playing yet. But that's a week away. So yeah, I think we got a lot done today. Got a start on the mega factory. Built a hydroelectric dam. Not bad. Next time, we're going to need to get the rest of the parts for phase 2 up and running so we can finish phase 2 and get on to oil. Fun time! All right. Let's go say hi to Kumi, shall we? One second. Everybody remember to self-care. Take care of yourselves. And thank you for hanging out.